Thank you, Shankar Prakash. First thing in the morning, it's lovely to hear his voice, right? He's the voice of Karnataka, right? And so, morning, everyone, and welcome. We have a plenary session, of course, this morning, and the first part of the session will be a, a Nobel Laureate lecture by Emmanuel Charpentier, and I think we had to record the lecture because she was unable to travel to Bangalore. And I'll give a formal introduction to her as part of the recorded lecture, so I won't try to introduce her here. Uh, but I just wanted to say that gene editing is, of course, for those of you who don't have a background in biology, in some sense, the fantastic development in human genetics and genetics in general was that we learned how to read the genetic code, right? But, around 10, 12 years ago, people started thinking seriously about how they would also be able to change the code by editing, right? And maybe it was actually more like 15, 20 years ago. But the real breakthroughs came around 2011, 2012, when they came up with a technique called CRISPR. And CRISPR-Cas9 was the methodology by which you could cut and paste, right? Take the genetic code as a 3 billion long string of characters, ACGT. Now you can actually go to a specific site, cut it, and paste some subsequence in that position. That ability to cut and paste, we call it editing. And this has given enormous power. And yesterday, for example, we had a whole session on gene editing in agriculture. And so for plants, and today in India, that's an open regulatory area where you can actually edit plant genomes. And later today, we will have a session on the future of genomic medicine, where again, we will see some applications of gene editing, some work that is going on in CMC Vellore, which will talk about this. So we really look forward to the impact of gene editing and how that rolls out in India. I think we are still waiting to see real sort of entrepreneurial energy and innovation coming in a strong way to actually also have an impact on society and industry. But this is the beginnings. This culture of having a Nobel laureate give a lecture at the Tech Summit, always in the bio track, particularly, was initiated by Professor Sharat Chandra, and in the old days, and I think we've always tried to have that one lecture by a Nobel laureate, because this is a very science-rich field, and you need to actually hear from the great thought leaders. And last year, if you remember, we had Venki Ramakrishnan speak and about RNA and how that led to the vaccine development. And so without further ado, maybe we can now get into and play the recording of the lecture by Dr. Emmanuel Charpentier on the CRISPR-Cas9 technology and genetic engineering. Right? Thank you. So if you could roll out the
I take
recording.
great pleasure in introducing our plenary speaker in the bio track of the 25th edition of the Bangalore Tech Summit. She is none other than Dr. Emmanuelle Charpentier, a French microbiologist, geneticist, and biochemist. She has developed her scientific career in outstanding academic research institutions in France, the United States, Austria, Sweden, and Germany, and the details you can read on the conference site. She is currently founding scientific and managing director of the Max Planck Unit for the Science of Pathogens and honorary professor at Humboldt University in Berlin, in Germany. Dr. Charpentier has been widely recognized and awarded the Nobel Prize for Chemistry in 2020 for her groundbreaking research that laid the foundation for the revolutionary CRISPR-Cas9 genome engineering technology. She has, of course, received numerous prestigious international awards and honors, and is an elected member of national and international scientific academies. Significantly, Dr. Charpentier is also a great role model for academics taking their deep research to translation and commercialization. She is a co-founder of the very successful CRISPR Therapeutics and ERS Genomics with Roger Novak and Sean Foy. Dr. Charpentier will speak to us today about a research journey towards the CRISPR-Cas genome engineering technology. With that, over to you, Emmanuelle.
Yes, thank you very much for the kind invitation. So thank you, Vijay, Chandru. I'm very honored to be invited to give the plenary talk for the Bengaluru Tech Summit. I hope one day I will be able to visit your country, which I still never visited. So I really hope it will happen one day. So this is these are my slides that I am starting. So it's specifically a great honor for me because I belong to the scientists who are very much aware of a little bit a switch in terms of choices that young scientists have in nowadays, and to rather leave the academic field and join the tech industry, which is great in one way, which is for sure less great for the academic field. But I'm very much amazed to which extent the biotech business has evolved the past 20 and specifically the past 10 years with all the startups. And India is a wonderful example of a country that is really a leading force in all those development of tech companies, which are important to provide also jobs and opportunities to young scientists, and specifically those who really want to have a career in terms of technologies and innovation. So as Vijay mentioned, I like to always go back to the basics and to the academic research. I also think that in any case, most of the scientists in biotech and tech companies have their roots in the academic field, and that this is important to always provide an excellent training because it can only be useful for the future career of all the scientists in biotechs and pharmaceutical industries. Before I start, I would like to always mention and thank all the scientists who have been part of specifically the CRISPR-Cas journey. But if I take my career, I always worked with great scientists and great mentors. up to the point 20 years ago where I started my own team. And as it was mentioned, I worked in different countries, in Austria, in Sweden, in Germany. And for the CRISPR stories, I worked with very junior scientists. And I would like to mention Krzysztof Szyliński and Elitsa Delcheva. And there were three collaborations. The group of Jörg Vogel with Cynthia Sharma, then Jennifer Doudna and Martin Jinek, and Eugenie Konin and Kira Makarova. Right now, I'm in Max Planck. I'm at Max Planck in Berlin, where I founded a small institute that is focusing on the science of pathogens, with always, for me, the interest and the wish to continue to work in these directions, with always the understanding that infectious diseases remains the second cause of death worldwide, and that requires a lot of effort from the scientific and the biotech community, and to be able to cope in the future with infectious diseases, not only viral diseases as the one we can face right now with SARS-CoV-2, but also bacterial diseases, with always a focus when one works on bacteria that cause diseases in humans, that is to try to understand the mechanisms of diseases, try to understand how the bacteria cope with their environment, to always, and this has always been the line of my research over the years, it's always to try to find new mechanisms or new molecules that can lead to new targets for novel therapeutic interventions, whether these are pure antibacterials or other anti-infective strategies. And the second line of research that was always, and when one works on bacteria and also viruses, but specifically on bacteria, we all know that our research can lead as well to very interesting mechanisms that could be exploited for gene technologies. And this has been, the history of molecular biology that has shown us that it's really understanding the evolution of bacteria and viruses and how they cope with their environment, and specifically CRISPR, that is a system existing in bacteria and that allow bacteria to defend themselves against their own viruses. This type of research is really key to find new gene technologies, as it was shown in the past with restriction enzymes and other types of enzymes that have been used to amplify DNA and so on and so forth. In my lab, we have been focusing over the past 20 years on really Streptococcus pyogenes. That is a strict human pathogen responsible for a wide range of diseases. And we always try to understand the regulatory mechanisms, focusing on proteins and small RNAs as regulators, and trying to understand how those regulators can affect the expression of virulence factors, but also other types of factors that allow really the bacteria to adapt to the environment. And in the case of Streptococcus pyogenes, it's really the human cells, the human environment, how they can cause diseases and how they can survive also in the host. As it is the case for Streptococcus pyogenes, but also for other types of infections. We also deal with bacteria that have the capability to persist in the host and to, in a way, resist the treatment of antibiotics. So really still always a pressing need to understand better the mechanisms existing in bacteria, to try to find new ways to cope with the increasing number of bacterial clinical isolates that become resistant to antibiotics. Even though for Streptococcus pyogenes, it's still mostly, treatable by with penicillin derivatives for those patients who are not, resistant to penicillin. Since the audience is more an Indian audience, you may know that Streptococcus pyogenes, it's also the cause of rheumatic fever, and in your country, it has a huge impact. So this pathogen is very important in your country, actually, and it's really one of the top 10 pathogens. Striking. As I said, so for sure, I talk about CRISPR a little bit in my presentation, and CRISPR is really a gene editing technology that has to be placed in the history of genetics, whereby the 19th century was very important to establish the basics of genetics, with Darwin's on the origin of species, Mendel on the laws of inheritance, the DNA that was isolated in 1871. Then in the last century, researchers who showed that DNA was a carrier of genetic information, and the structure of the DNA double helix that was established, and in the 60s, a genetic code that was deciphered. And a lot of research on bacteria and viruses that led to a lot of molecular biology tools with toolboxes that would allow to really amplify the DNA, sequence the DNA, and perform also some recombination on the DNA. So it's really the recombinant DNA technology. The gene targeting that occurred in the 90s with also RNA molecules used as RNA interference molecules to interfere with the expression of genes at the RNA level. And at the beginning of 2000s, some artificial nucleases that are based on nucleases existing in nature that were engineered to perform what we call gene editing. That is actually what CRISPR-Cas can do. But CRISPR-Cas adds an additional layer of simplicity to the tools, the zinc finger and talon nucleases being a little bit more complex to engineer, to recognize site-specifically a certain sequence on the DNA, and being able to trigger different kinds of modifications on the DNA in a site-specific manner. So CRISPR-Cas bringing a layer of simplicity of design and also of versatility of design. The tools has been developed into different versions. And so in my lab, actually, from the side of our research, everything started with our interest in RNA, studying RNA molecules as regulatory molecules, and also protein molecules as regulatory molecules of gene expression in bacteria. And so, as you know, the RNA can be classified in different classes. So you have the messenger RNA that are the intermediate between the DNA, the carrier of the genetic code, and the proteins that are synthesized and translated from the messenger RNA. In the translational machinery, you have the transfer RNA, the ribosomal RNA, and then those regulatory RNAs that were first described in bacteria already in the 70s, 80s, and then later on in eukaryotes, where they have the name of small interfering RNAs, microRNAs, pRNAs. In bacteria, they have the name of riboswitches, small non-coding RNAs, regulatory RNAs. So they have different names, and they can act differently on gene expression. They can interact directly with the messenger RNA target, and they can activate or inhibit translation through this type of interaction, or they can also affect the stability of the messenger RNAs through the interaction. They can also interact directly with proteins and activate or sequester the proteins from their functions. And we started to work on regulatory RNAs in nearly 20 years ago, and continuing our research. And there was a link that was missing, that was really small RNAs that will interact and bind directly the DNA to affect the fate of the DNA. And this is what CRISPR brings. But in our case, the story started, we were working on some small regulatory RNAs for which we showed that there was they had a role in the regulation of virulence factor expression. But we were interested in novel small RNAs, and we performed a bioinformatic screen that led us to an RNA, which we named ultimately tracer RNA. And this RNA was interesting. So the primary name of this RNA was spy RNA 49. we figured out that actually it was encoded by a piece of DNA that was actually located in the vicinity of a protein that was already highlighted at the time. It was in 2006, 2007, as a gene encoding a CRISPR-associated protein that contains two nuclease domains, a RUFC nuclease domains and HNH-like nuclease domain. And this protein is actually Cas9. But coming back to this tracer RNA, we're a little bit puzzled by this RNA because initially we found, or we thought that it could have a role in the expression of virulence factors in Streptococcus pyogenes. Ultimately, it could have this role, but it does not have, but it's a bit more complex to explain. But this RNA was very well expressed throughout the growth curve of Streptococcus pyogenes. When you grow the bacteria and you take different samples and at different time points during the growth, and you look at the expression of this RNA, and this is what the slide on the right side shows, you see a very nice expression of these RNA molecules in 3 species, and obviously constitutively expressed during growth. And so we decided to continue to find the role of this RNA. We were going in the wrong direction, trying to find a role in the regulation of virulence factor expression. And then we decided actually to look, this was the idea that I had, since it was actually encoded in the vicinity of the CRISPR systems, so a putative CRISPR system, then to try to see whether by any chance it will not be an RNA important in CRISPR in Streptococcus pyogenes. So CRISPR, it's really a defense system, and it is to be seen in the arms race between the bacteria and their invaders. So the invaders of the bacteria are different folds. It can be viruses. It can be other types of mobile genetic elements, such as plasmids or transposons. So small elements that can, in a way, how do you say, find their way from bacteria to bacteria and insert themselves in the genome, or like, for example, the transposons, or if it is a plasmid, replicate independently and bring new genetic traits to the bacteria. In the case of Streptococcus pyogenes, when they deal with viruses that are called bacteriophages, this is the name given to the viruses infecting Streptococcus pyogenes, they can have different lifestyle. So they can either, the phages, the bacteriophages can either be lytic bacteriophages, meaning that when they infect the bacterial cell, they will ultimately lead to the death of the bacterial cell. They can also, upon invasion of the bacterial cell, enter a cycle whereby their genome will be integrated into the genome of the bacterial cell. And so the bacterial cell ends up having in its genome the genome of the bacteriophage. And in the case of Streptococcus pyogenes, those genomes are actually composed of one very important virulence gene that can contribute to the diversity of the virulent capacity of the bacteria to cause diseases in humans. And Streptococcus pyogenes, like a lot of bacteria, have actually evolved different types of mechanisms to defend themselves against this invasion of phages. So you have the so-called innate immune defenses, such as the restriction modification enzymes or other types of mechanism. And you have the adaptive system that is CRISPR-Cas. CRISPR-Cas is not existing in all bacterial cells. It's only existing in maybe 50 or 60% of bacterial cells. So it's an accessory immune defense system. But in a nutshell, this CRISPR system is composed, so it's encoded in the genome of the bacterial cell, and it's composed of a series of genes that are organized as operons and that are coding for CRISPR-associated proteins. And in the vicinity, so juxtaposed to this operon of CRISPR-associated genes, you have a so-called CRISPR array that is composed of short repeats, here indicated in black, that are identical repeats, shorts, and that those repeats are interspaced by so-called spacer sequences of different colors, which are actually sequences of different origins and often matching sequences of mobile genetic elements. So you will find a lot of those sequences that are called spacers that are actually have as origins either bacteriophage or plasmids or transposons. And when a bacterium encounter a virus, there will be the CRISPR-Cas machinery that will enter into play. Some of the CRISPR-associated proteins will be able to recognize the invading DNA upon entry and will be able to insert a portion of this phage invading DNA into the CRISPR array. And this will work as a memorization. So this series of repeats of spacers, are kind of considered as a memory bank of all the different infections by viruses or mobile genetic elements which the bacteria would have encountered. And then there will be a phase of transcription whereby these spacers, so these memorized mobile genetic elements will be transcribed. And then as an RNA molecule that is will undergo a processing to lead to individual RNA molecules with a certain mark of the invading genomes which they have encountered. And then each CRISPR RNA that can in a way recognize a certain mobile genetic element will associate to a complex of CRISPR associated proteins. And upon a second invasion with the same phage, this short CRISPR RNAs will work in a way as a GPS system, will be able to recognize the invading genome and bring the CRISPR-associated proteins to this invading genome, and the CRISPR-associated proteins will then cleave the invading genome. So this is a way for the bacteria to, in a way, cleave the viral DNA, which means after in the CRISPR cycle that the viral DNA, once cleaved, will not be able to replicate, and the viral particles would not be able to how do you say, to be put in place, and would not be able to spread, and this will be the dead end for the viruses. So it's the way it works, and this capacity to recognize site-specifically the viral DNA and cleave it, and the idea for the system that we had in Streptococcus pyogenes was to find out the mechanism and to exploit it as a gene editing technology. And this is what we did. We, in the lab, we used a very thorough genetic and biochemical approach to try to find out the players of this specific CRISPR-Cas system that we had in Streptococcus pyogenes, find out the players, the components that are important for the machinery to work, and then find out really how it works, how it can recognize the DNA of the virus, and how the machinery can, find its own structure in a way, can find itself in the right conformation with the important components and the sufficient components to really recognize the invading DNA and cleave it. And this is what we found in nature, is that Streptococcus pyogenes has a unique capacity to use one enzyme that is called Cas9 that can be guided to the DNA to be cleaved by a duplex of RNA molecules, the CRISPR RNA that has the capability to base pair with this tracer RNA molecule, which initially we had identified in S. pyogenes, and for which we were trying to find out the function. So now we had the function. And this is really this duplex of RNA, tracer RNA, CRISPR RNA that allows Cas9 to find the right site of the DNA, of the viral DNA to be cleaved. and will find its right conformation to then expose in the right manner two nuclease domains of the Cas9 enzyme that will cleave each strand of the viral DNA. And the idea was for sure to use it as a gene technology and to simplify the system whereby this duplex of RNA will be linked together with a linker and leading to a single guide RNA that will be easier to design for the users, even though for certain applications, the users still use also the duplex of RNAs that is for sure originating from the mechanisms which we found in nature. The idea for sure also of this technology was that, and it was working so well in the test tube, just the three components together, so tracer RNA, CRISPR RNA, and Cas9 cleaving the DNA, that you know, the idea was for sure to make it available to the scientific community, and that you know, would then be able to use it for different types of applications. And this is where a number of scientists in the academic field, but also genome engineering specialists, and also later on, but very fast, also taken up by the biotech companies and the pharma companies to use the technology quite heavily in research and development, and to also very fast use the CRISPR-Cas technology and combine it with other types of gene editing technologies or genome engineering technologies that were existing prior to CRISPR-Cas9 to come up with different versions of CRISPR-Cas. And in a nutshell, already this basic system that I explained you was actually working very, very fast and very efficiently. And this is what has been shown by scientists who published very fast after the group of Jennifer Doudna and my group published this article in Science in 2012 that was based on our initial work in the lab in Nature that led to an article in Nature in 2011. Very fast, in beginning 2013, you could already see some articles showing that the technology was working very well to perform gene editing in human cells, in organoids, in mice, in fishes, in Drosophila, and also in plants. So in the different organisms where, you know, for sure, you know, let's say very clean, precise genetics and easier genetics is always welcome by the users and the biologists, and where for sure CRISPR really made a difference. So having said this, it's also according to recipes that have to be always custom designed based on the type of cells or the type of organism or organoids that you know, that is meant to be modified at the genetic level. So the principal basic mechanisms works well, but for sure, depending on the type of cells or the genes to be studied and cleaved, there is always you know, a need to, in a way, custom design the protocols or the recipe. I'm trying to go to the next slide. What is really interesting with this CRISPR system is really the evolution. So the technology is mainly based on one of the systems existing, but even though if you look at the CRISPR-Cas9 system of Streptococcus pyogenes, and if you try to see other types of CRISPR-Cas9 systems in other bacterial species other than Streptococcus pyogenes, you find a large diversity of organization of the genes in the operon of the CRISPR-Cas9, and also in the nature of the CRISPR repeat, and therefore also in the nature of the sequence of the tracer RNA molecule. So to make a long story short, very early on with my student Christoph Schinsky, we really looked at the evolution of the CRISPR-Cas9 system in different bacterial species. So we could find it in more than 600 bacterial strains at the time, and that were covering 350 bacterial species. The large diversity of sequences, even for the Cas9 enzyme, a large diversity of sequences with really a conservation at the level of the 2 nuclease domains and arginine-rich motif. So a very large evolution, yet the system works the same way. And having said this, this system also is to be placed in the large, really large, let's say, numbers of studies that were done on the CRISPR-Cas system that started with pioneers of the CRISPR-Cas biology field already in the 90s and 2000s. I don't have the time to cite all my colleagues, but who had already found diversity of CRISPR-Cas systems with type 1, type 2, type 3. Cas9 belongs to the type 2. Since then, since 2015-16, there were 2 different classes put forward. Each of them contains 3 classes with further subclasses. So a large evolution of the CRISPR-Cas systems with a tremendous interesting mechanisms of system that not only target DNA, but also target RNA. And that overall works a little bit the same than CRISPR-Cas9 system, but have kind of, slight differences that really make the difference and that bring actually these CRISPR-Cas systems in nature to have been developed in different types of toolboxes for the researchers. The applications are very important, and I understood that your conference is very much for sure on the tech aspect, but also where you will hear applications of the CRISPR-Cas genome editing technology. And it's very important to mention that beyond research and development, which I mentioned earlier, the fact that CRISPR really changes the life of the biologist to really boost the research on trying to understand the functions of genes. It really allows to redefine a little bit how do you say, all the research and development, in the sense that CRISPR gene editing technology allows to study cells that are more, for example, if one focuses on clinical research, that are more significant for the clinical research, and for which genetic tools were not really that much amenable prior to CRISPR-Cas. It's really changing the way we think of screens, of finding new targets for new therapeutic interventions. Also, the way we design new models of diseases that are important to test drugs that are being developed by in the private sphere. It's for sure very important for also transplantation, and also as a direct medicine to treat human genetic disorders, combining the gene editing technology with cell therapy, so using cell replacement, replacing the cells, the sick cells of the patient by cells that would have been corrected in the labs. Large implications in the agriculture field, whereby CRISPR brings really a technology that allows to produce genetic crops in a more clean fashion. So in the sense that following the genetic modification, there is no trace of foreign DNA, and one could, in a way, reproduce a plant that one could find in nature. So it's really about really producing and having the means to produce more clean cells and organisms, and to be able to verify that indeed also the gene modification has been done correctly. There are lots of research going on still in pathogens. because we know that, or in bacteria in general, in microorganisms in general, also in archaea and viruses, because we know that it's a large source of new mechanisms to be exploited further to find new gene editing technologies. And just because I take the opportunity of my lab focusing still now on Streptococcus pyogenes, continuing to work in this direction, also because, let's say, macrobiology is a bit forgotten nowadays, and it is really urgent to bring, new task force in this area to be able to have the right technologies, means, and therapeutics for the future to deal with the upcoming infections the next generation will have to deal with. I would like to thank you for your attention and hope that you will enjoy the conference. And I hope one day to be present, to be able to hear all the great research that is presented at the Tech Summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Emmanuel Charpentier, for speaking to us today, and also for really taking us through the research journey that, as you described in your title, that really has created this breakthrough system, which is starting to have such enormous applications. So thank you again.
Thank you.
And we would be very happy to host you in Bangalore and in India.
Thank you very much.
You are able to visit, right? So
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Possibly you are all aware that we are getting ready for a launch tomorrow at Sriharikota by the first space startup in India. And their rocket is ready. Vikram S, though this rocket is not something that is going to launch a satellite in orbit, but this is going to be a suborbital mission. It will demonstrate that young people with a dream to build something big can actually do it in India. And we have created an ecosystem today for them to make their dreams happen, build the rocket systems using the available industries in India, and take the support of the Indian Space Research Organization, infrastructure that we have created today to make that launch happen. Because launching a rocket is not a small play. You need a lot of support, much beyond the rocket itself, in terms of the ground stations, the tracking, the navigation, the safety, the command to destruct. All of them has to be there in place. And I'm very happy that the work we did along with InSpace, that the new mechanism that we created really created a lot of energy and enthusiasm in this sector. When you look at the R&D of India, probably you may wonder which area is really the R&D taking place. Are they really bringing technologies from outside and building it in India in terms of products realization, or the real R&D do takes place? I think some of the sectors in the recent years has really shown very, very clear examples of how R&D can really transform many of the core tech sectors. Of course, one of them is the medical sector, which is very, very evident. And of course, we were very proud about the space sector of last many years, that we were able to build rockets and spacecraft using most of the indigenous technology. Of course, we depend still on devices, especially the electronic devices, to be procured from outside. This continues to be one of the very important issues that facing us in terms of building complex space systems. And really happy that the government is taking this action to create the next revolution in the electronics, especially the hardware that need to be built and done within this country. Bengaluru, especially being the technology center of design of electronic devices, but then manufacturing and production of something that we need to build for the future is still far away. I think this is one area which we identified even for the space sector to really grow in India. So let me take this opportunity to quickly go through a few slides. I thought that I won't use any slides and speak very generally, but then looking at the audience, it will be really, to really get you involved in what I am speaking. I thought that I'll put some slides so that you can connect with what I am going to speak. I won't spend time on what we achieved in space sector over the many years in terms of the rockets, satellites, the science missions, and probably you are aware that we were one of those countries who were able to put a satellite around Mars in the very first attempt, and then develop it at such a very low cost, and really something fantastic. And it's equally important to look at how we are looking at the future in terms of science exploration. The possibility of launching the Chandrayaan-3 is there in few months from now. We are looking at studying sun, studying at the various celestial events, and we are also looking at joint collaboration with NASA and JAXA. But if you look at the world over, we see great changes happening in the space sector, the private space sector becoming much more thriving, the LEO constellation satellites becoming very important one in terms of providing communication services. And even we talk about going to moon, Mars. Of course, the moon rocket has just taken off, and it's on the way to moon. The SLS-1, after many delays, it has been launched successfully. Now it is making those steps to go to moon. The interest in moon is once again rekindled in terms of colonization. A lot of things happening across the globe. The space tourism really has come into place. Almost 30+ people have become astronauts on account of the space tourism activities happening elsewhere. But the emerging space application is what is more important for us in India. If you look at very carefully, we see that data from space is something very, very important. And this data, along with analytics and the decision-making support that we can provide through space, become very important tool for which we can build technologies, business in this country. For example, I will talk about the satellite connectivity which is happening now. Probably you are all aware that the IoT revolution has already started. The data analytics tools that are available with each one of us in terms of the capability that you have in devices, it's also increasing. If you look at space satellite data, we have a lot of imageries available from satellites. The analytics still happens offline, and the decision-making process that happens using satellite data is still not real time. Of course, we have the communication network, we have the remote sensing network, we have the position and timing services networks, and all this has to come together to provide you a set of services that are required, driven by the artificial intelligence and machine learning. So this is the core of the space sector now. I'll give you some examples later how this sector is actually changing with the innovations that is taking place by the startups in India. Some of the startups which I am quoting now are SatSure, Vasundhara, Pixel, etc., really making news, especially by their activities in terms of the ability to provide solutions through the remote sensing images and analytics that you are doing in various sectors. For example, SatSure has been able to make a substantial impact how they using the satellite data for banking sector in terms of lending. Similarly, the activities done by Vasundhara and Pixel, and they are all looking at how to build their own satellites now and then launch for looking at the situation today in terms of the satellite data being very scarce commodity. We know that today the fusion is taking place in Earth observation, communication, and positioning and timing and services. And this is really affecting many of the business activity that you are doing in India and world over. Specifically, looking at the smart city concepts, where the ability to provide faster communication networks, then monitoring and surveillance activities of all what you are doing, connecting to the IoT devices, even handling business activities in terms of manufacturing, production, warehousing, delivery, etc., through the connectivity that is seamlessly going to happen through the networks that you have in place. Here, the space sector is going to play a very, very important role. I believe especially Bengaluru has great role to play in the emerging sectors related to smart cities, smart manufacturing, and connectivity solutions that we are talking about. For all this, we need to have a very thriving space sector. We know that today we have a certain number of launch vehicles decided and designed and manufactured in India. We are looking at how we can expand it in the days to come. So this not being a very core subject that we are discussing today, I won't spend much time on it. We also have to work on cutting-edge technologies for the future. Possibly you are aware, scramjet technology is one important area where we need to have this technology mastered in very short period of time, and we are working for it. This is another core area where many of those core engineering industries can invest on, and we are currently in discussion with many of them. Yet another technology is the bringing back the rocket back from space, reusability. I think this has been demonstrated by the two space companies in the world already, and we are working on how we can make use of some of the capability that we have today to develop and demonstrate reusability, and possibly this rocket can be used for space tourism and other activities. Of course, that being a very business discussion currently going on, I am not showing all those drawings and sketches, which will be definitely interesting to you if I have shown it. Another important area is developing new propulsion systems. Recently, we have tested one engine made by one of the startups in India, Agnikul Cosmos. They have done their engine manufacturing for semi-cryo engine using additive manufacturing, a single-piece engine, and we have successfully tested at one of the ISRO centers. And this is again a great start for some of those people who are into the rocket business. And we are also doing in ISRO developing huge engines, especially into the green and reusable propulsion technologies like LOX and methane. Green propulsion technology is definitely something very attractive. Possibly you know that the propulsion we use today are more carcinogenic, and they are also having impact on environment, especially the type of solid propellants that we use. It's important that we move from propulsion which are more green in nature. There is a continuous effort to generate and create green propulsion technologies. Similarly, the propulsion technologies related to electric propulsion is already there in spacecrafts world over. But in India, the work on electric propulsion is being done by one company in Bengaluru, and their name is Bellatrix. They have developed this thruster in Indian Institute of Science campus. I was fortunate to see the thruster being fired just 2 days back. And I can tell you, young people in India are capable of building this technologies within this country using the materials and knowledge that we have today in India. Similarly, we need to graduate ourselves to build much higher thrust electric propulsion devices. I'm really happy to note that same activities are happening in various institutions in this country, not in ISRO. I want to tell you specifically, this is something that is happening outside ISRO. Similarly, we are working on how to use nuclear fuel as propulsion devices in terms of energy generation, for example, for long duration travel, as heaters when you have faced with extreme low temperatures in space, these technologies are required. In India, there is a company who is actually working on it, and we are in discussion with them to source it from them for using our rockets and spacecraft, which you will hear in the news in few days from now. We are working on small rockets. Again, small rockets are very, very important because the access to space for small players is very, very important. For a company starting to build a satellite, and they are looking for a launch opportunity, many a time that's not available because the big players will decide when they will launch, where they will go, which orbit they will go. So the market for small rockets are emerging, and many of them are working on small rocket technology. So we are looking at how to build small rockets, but also use additive manufacturing as very important element. And this is another tech domain in manufacturing sector in India. Many of the people, including startups, started working on additive manufacturing. Though this initially it started coming from outside the country, today I can tell you there are at least 2 companies in India who is actually manufacturing the machines for additive manufacturing. And this is something really wonderful. And one of the startup company recently inaugurated their additive manufacturing facility using a company which manufactures a machine in India. An MOU signed by them indicates that they want to work on additive manufacturing in space. And this is the revolution that is happening in India. And I am very happy that many of the startups are picking up ideas from additive manufacturing as well. Similarly, another technology domain is the energy sector, building batteries, energy storage devices for the future. Possibly, you know that this domain is already attracting a lot of world attention, specifically connected to the mobility domain, cars, etc., becoming very affordable today to have long duration endurance. So the battery technology becomes very important. And there are a lot of things which I don't go into it. Those who are interested can really research and find out the type of work that we do in ISRO. And we are ready to transfer whatever we are doing today to the startups and companies who are interested to work on futuristic energy storage devices. And there is a huge amount of market available for such devices, especially in the domain of mobility, long duration energy storage, and also in sectors where high energy storage devices are very critical, including drones, etc. Material development and design is very, very crucial for the country. I don't have to stress for it because many developments that are taking place today, especially in the area of ceramics, dielectrics, high temperature materials, high strength materials, carbon fibers, these things are the feeders for our future. Maybe some of the rare earth materials for magnetic devices, etc. Today, we are dependent so much on the import of these materials for our technical work and also engineering work in this country. And there is a focused attention given by government on how to bring capability in these sectors in various domains. Because it has stopped going. I think the time is up, maybe. It has. I know it's okay. Okay, it goes. Another domain, of course, is the carbon fiber technology, which we are still dependent on a lot of import. And I will urge many of the industries who are here, representatives who are here, we need to work on this domain. And government is really looking for partnership in building raw materials in this country in terms of the carbon fibers. Similarly, the electronic devices. Electronic devices is another domain where there is a strong capability of designing existing in India, especially those highly integrated circuits and ASICs, etc. But manufacturing still far away, especially in the domain of the high-end electronic devices. But whatever I shown are some of the devices which you are able to manufacture in this country using the available industries and their capabilities. It's really happy to note that they are already into the space sector, satellites and launch vehicles. And even I can tell you, the computer that runs our rocket is actually manufactured in India. The processor comes out of SCL, Chandigarh, and they are making the computer, and that is what is powering our rockets and not the one which is imported. But then the capability is still very low, and it has to be expanded to the higher capability nodes, and we need to work on this for the future. Robotics, of course, robotics definitely is an important sector. This not only for space, but also for terrestrial applications, manufacturing, remote controlled activities. And we are working in space sector to trigger this action in various sectors. We are working on humanoids. We are working on tethered robotics. Of course, looking at docking and other activities which you can demonstrate. And we look at it not as a production item, but as a capability demonstration, enabling startups, and we are willing to transfer whatever capability that we have to the industries. Probably you are aware that the space debris is a very major point, and we are looking at how we can bring back many of the defense satellites, deorbit them using these technologies, sometimes use them for refueling, repurpose those satellites. All those activities are possible once you develop this robotic technology. So this is some high priority item within our activities today. I will skip some of the topics such as quantum technologies, and because this domain is emerging still, and we are working on this quantum technologies specifically for domains where we need to have encryption, and we are looking at how we can manufacture and launch a quantum key distribution satellite for our future secured communication network. And I can tell you in India, at least two, three laboratories are very actively working on it, and there is a quantum project driven by the government of India, funded sufficiently to take this activity forward. And this is another domain where many of the startups and industries will have an opportunity to work on many devices. For example, the optical communication devices, the quantum algorithms which are required, the computational algorithms which are required, etc. Drones, of course, all of you know drones are the key thing, and government has already opened up this sector, and it is playing very important role in various domains that we know today. And we are looking at how space can really enable drone revolution. When you have thousands of drones flying across, and then we need somebody to control the traffic, regulate them, monitor them, surveil them, possibly space sector will definitely become one of the important tool for doing this. But I don't have to speak about drones in this sector. I think many of you are already aware, and there is already an exhibition where drones are already displayed. Recovery from space, of course, we are working on. I won't spend time on it. We also work on various other disruptive technologies. Of course, due to the paucity of time, I won't spend time on them. But I can only tell you that those who have interested to work in technology sectors in various domains, including materials, manufacturing, research and development in space sector, we are going to announce an opportunity for you to come and bid for it. And this will be one of the important initiative that the government will be taking to work in space sector. Possibly you are aware that recently there was a 75 space tech announcement in the defense side, and there are a lot of takers for it. And we are also going to do the same thing for the civilian space sector, and also applications for startups and companies to come, where there will be a seed funding from the government itself as an anchor seed funding for enabling the startups to come and work in this sector. I am very, very clear that the space technology has its own role to play in the future in various activities, including communication, remote sensing, connectivity, and also revolutionize the entire manufacturing, learning, communication, strategy, monitoring networks through the interconnectivity between space solutions that we already have. And this is really a very interesting domain that all of you can spend time and understand, and then invest, and then work in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, so, well, first of all, I think that applause was not enough. I think, as I said, space research is something that really fills all of us with pride, right? And I think our appreciation is, being conveyed both for, the talk, but also for all the work that happens at ISRO and allied agencies. Now, I think we have a little time still in the session, so we can have a little discussion as well. I think you mentioned, this adjacency where a lot of innovation, entrepreneurship, and so on is spilling out from the various space research programs. And I think we could see very clearly on the engineering materials side and certainly information technology. Would you like to elaborate on, how this entrepreneurial sector works with ISRO and how that relationship is established? I'm a BITS Pilani alumnus, and we are very proud of our young Awais, Ahmed, and Pixel. And so I know that there are many, many startups that are working with you. So it would be interesting for the young people to hear about that, right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that question. Currently, we have at least 100 startups registered for support from in the space sector alone. So what we do with them is we look at their demand profile. We need to help them to curate their activities in various domains, especially how to handhold them in the technical side, how to handhold them with regard to identifying those funding agencies, build up a company that you can sustain on various resources. It is a very complex problem. Building a company is not an easy thing. Just to have one technology alone won't build finally a company. So we need to have a little bit of business intelligence aspects and how you want to take it further and scale up. At what time that you need to scale up when the maturity of the technology happens, and how to bring in talents into the company. All these are really challenges that a startup company definitely faces. So what we need to do is to bring in professionals to help them. So some of the activity that we have taken up is to connect with the people who have an ability to help them to curate their business verticals. And we have done this activity in looking at some of the people who are already there in the domain. And ISRO and InSpace has done this connection with those people, and also to give them the training related to the financial intelligence what are required to run such companies. We also have MOUs with such organizations who do the financial structuring of such companies. So we like to give the support in terms of the end-to-end capability of technology, building teams, looking at facilities, providing facilities of whatever we have today, create the business knowledge and capability, ability to scale up at appropriate time. So the entire process of building startup company is something that we need to work with them. Of course, as a company, they have their own mind and brilliance to do that. But I can only say you that in space at ISRO, we are very keen to look at the end-to-end capability building. And 100 such companies are already there. Startup companies are there. Individuals are there. And I can tell you out of this 100, a significant portion of them have the potential to grow to a big company when they really scale up. So this is really a very interesting thing to see. And if you look at the sectors in which they are working, at least 3 to 4 of them are into the rocket building, designing systems for rockets. At least 10 of them are into building satellites and satellite-related high-end products. And rest of them are into building some technologies for the entire sector, or into the applications domain, or downstream sectors, or also into the ground infrastructure related to space. So this is the type of distribution that is there. And probably you may know that if you look at the risk versus the possibility of converting it into the ideas into business, it is least at the downstream work, especially in the application domain, but it is little higher into the sectors like satellites, and it is highest in the rocket building sector. So startups do realize this threat, because scaling up from an idea to a product that will produce profit, it is much more better in the downstream. And it's equally important to understand that the economy of space sector is driven by the downstream application segment. And I will urge all of you to look at how we can create more companies in the application sector. Then only the other sectors in the upstream will really grow. Because once you have more applications, there will be demand for more satellites, and the increase in demand for satellites will actually create more demand for rockets. So this is very important to understand and work in those sectors. And if you look at the Indian youngsters, I think their ability in IT, electronics, programming, software, they have a real good future, especially in terms of the business intelligence creation, supporting companies, etc., use the space-based services is something very phenomenally there and still not explored. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that comprehensive view of entrepreneurship coming out of the space sector. I know that you didn't really have time to go into details of some of the futuristic areas of space research, but since I'm the chair of the bio track, I think I will like to ask one question on space biology. And, is ISRO actually looking at this? Because we know that we can find, with, Jet Propulsion Labs and Caltech have already, started doing some interesting analysis of microbials that you can trap in space skylabs and so on. Is this a direction that I think the Indian Institute of Science has been talking to you about this? So yeah, please.
So in the space biology sector, there are at least 2 laboratories in ISRO currently working. One of them is a physical research laboratory at Ahmedabad. They have scientists working in the formation of molecules, complex molecules, by the process of high impact shock or asteroid impact, such a phenomena, whether it actually triggered formation of complex molecules which have an ability to reproduce. This is one area domain of research which is currently going on. And they have created the laboratory setup to do this study. And they have also successfully created randomly configured biomolecules to become orderly structures through the impact of the shock. And this is a very important research outcome came out of them. Similarly, we are also looking at the astrobiology in terms of sampling of the atmosphere and studying the presence of biological molecules of complex nature coming out of the space through the traveling through the space and still surviving. These studies are also done. Considering the work we are doing in the human space flight area, the bioastronautics becomes very, very important area. Looking at the microbial growth in space vehicles, how you deal with the human beings when you go for long duration space travel, etc. We are trying to develop those capabilities in India through tying up with the laboratories that are already working in, for example, Indian Institute of Science.
So thank you very much. I think we are approaching the time for the switch over to the next session. So, like to thank you again for taking the time and coming and addressing the Tech Summit, and for, the very, very interesting new directions. And we wish ISRO and the space program absolutely great success going forward. And so thank you, sir, for being here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Right.
Thank
you. Before we leave, I would request Vijay Chandru sir to kindly give a memento to the ISRO chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, your round of applause for this all-important session. Yeah, and thank you very much for taking time off and being here. We are all set for the next session to unfold. Still, friends at the back can occupy the seats in the front, and the participants joining in late will occupy the seats at the back. So I would request all of you, friends at the back, the youth, the power of India, kindly come forward and take your seats. We'll set the table in just a couple of minutes, and then the next session will unfold. the beginning of a new technological revolution, which is based on Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, robotics, and the Internet of Things. In addition, the impact and the response to the COVID-19 pandemic have accelerated the dissemination of many enabling technologies. And the whole world knows that India has been a forerunner in using technologies based on Aadhaar for direct benefit transfer enabled UPI. But there are other possibilities to further enable bottom-of-pyramid innovations around health, access to education, and of course, H2O, water. Today's session on technology as a key driving force for India's inclusive development will examine how the development and diffusion of technologies affect and are affected by socioeconomic inequalities. This session will start with the signing of an MOU between US-India Business Council and USAID, who have chosen the Bengaluru Tech Summit to commit to their vision of further engagement. As a quick introduction, USAID is the US government's lead development agency responsible for international development and humanitarian work. USAID focuses on accelerating inclusive and enterprise-driven development while enhancing India's global leadership. Together, there is support for clean energy, combating climate challenges, improve health systems and outcomes, and encourage inclusive economic growth and bolster the COVID-19 response and recovery with a focus on reaching the marginalized and vulnerable populations. On the other hand, US Chamber of Commerce, US-India Business Council, US IBC was formed way back in 1975 at the request of the US and Indian governments, and the US IBC represents top global companies operating across the United States of America and India. It serves as the premier voice of industry, creating connections between businesses and governments in both countries to increase bilateral trade and investment. Ladies and gentlemen, the Council works with members to identify, advance, and advocate for key policy priorities that strengthen the US-India strategic partnership and enhance the two countries' commercial relationship. At this juncture, it's indeed my privilege and pleasure to request Ambika Sharma, Managing Director, US-India Business Council, and Veena Reddy, Mission Director, USAID, to be on stage to sign the document. Well, the energy is missing. What is the energy of the audience? Yes, of course. After the document is signed, we request both of you to kindly come forward with the document for a photo. Yeah, may I request both of you to kindly come forward in front of the table so that our photographers will get a good pic. Those of you who forgot to clap earlier can do that now. Yeah. Thank you very much, the Managing Director of US India Business Council, Ambika Sharma, and Veena Reddy, the Mission Director of USAID. Thank you. And I would now request Veena Reddy ji for a small speech about this particular aspect. Yeah.
Hello. Whoop. Thank you. Hello. Can you hear? Okay. Thank you for that introduction. Thank you very much to Ms. Sharma and USIBC for hosting us here on the Bengaluru Tech Summit and all the distinguished guests who've come from far and near. The US government works hand in hand with India's vibrant private sector, and my agency, the US Agency for International Development, is no different. We believe that private enterprise can lift lives, strengthen communities, and accelerate sustainable development. Whether bringing mobile phones to our ears or new vaccines to our arms, the private sector has constantly innovated with government support to rapidly deploy solutions which save lives and improve our world. Today, with this MOU, we're reiterating our mutual commitment to work together across all sectors so we can tackle tough challenges and produce models that can be applied worldwide. We're also announcing the establishment of a new working group focused on improving digital connectivity, which will engage USIBC members and others to bridge the gender digital divide and expand connectivity with the goal of making the digital transformation more inclusive. There are boundless opportunities for collaboration, and I can't wait to see what new innovations the future holds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would now request Ambika Sharma to say a few words. Yeah.
So, very good. Excuse me. Excuse me. Good morning. Good morning, all. It's my real proud privilege to be speaking from this great platform, which we are witnessing since yesterday with a lot of productive action and activities. And I would particularly like to thank the Karnataka government for making this possible today and offering us the platform to sign a very significant MOU. I'm also really thankful for Veena Reddy to be personally present over here and use this, one of the best platforms to sign an MOU for the future. Veena has already identified the broad objectives of the MOU, but I may just like to supplement by saying that while it's my very personal and professional pleasure to sign this momentous MOU with the USAID, which we were very passionately trying to organize, because we see that there is so much scope for the private sector to get engaged in the PPP and the various models of operations which USIBC and USAID can identify. And Bengaluru Technology, this summit is symbolically the appropriate place to sign this MOU. We are really proud to be here. Veena has already talked about, and in the introductions, there was a mention about the US-India Business Council, which is a part of the US Chamber, that we constitute the leading corporations in the startups from India and the United States. We stand as the voice of the industry, and it is our mission to create the climate of collaboration between industry, academia, and government. Under this MOU, while we heard about the task force on the digital technology and how we can bring on board industry and academia and the professionals together, we know that the skills of today will not suffice for the jobs of the future. So via this MOU, we would also intend to support training and education and prepares individuals to utilize and innovate technologies and meet employment demands in the areas of emerging importance and strategic focus. Without any repeat, I would again like to emphasize that today's MOU will lay a foundation for the future by connecting the oldest industry body of the United States in the India-US corridor with amongst the most important development bodies in the world, which is USAID. So really thank you for making this possible. And I would also like to acknowledge the role played by the two teams to make that this happens at this fantastic platform. And with that, we wish you all the best for the remaining two sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I would request Veena Reddy to kindly stay back, and we are going to start the session in just a minute. And I would request Madam Ambika Sharma to kindly take the seat in the front. And it's now my pleasure to request the moderator for the session, Mr. Toby Simon, founder and president of Synergia Foundation, to kindly come over. We already have Veena Reddy, the mission director, here. I would request Geeta Gurnani, CTO and technical sales leader of IBM India, to kindly come over. Mr. Sudhir Rao, managing partner of Celesta Capital. And of course, Gopal Madhushi, senior vice president and South Asia business leader, Veolia Water Technologies and Solutions, to kindly come over. Ladies and gentlemen, your round of applause for this panel. And in the interest of time, I would straight away request Toby Simon, the founder and president of Synergia Foundation, to take us through this session. It's over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. We have now exactly about less than 40 minutes for this session. So I have requested all the speakers to make an initial remark for about 4 to 5 minutes. We will cap it with some questions, and then we will pass it on to the audience for further any further questions. So the topic today is technology as a key driving force, and I am sure that there is no doubt in the minds of most of us who sit here that technology is indeed the driving force, as we have seen in the realm of agriculture, banking, which has provided both growth and inclusiveness. But why do we have such a session in a technology meet like this? And I would just like to open by setting out a context with 4 or 5 quick points. One, technology has enabled innovation and is a major spur to productivity growth. Yet there is a paradox. The paradox is productivity growth has slowed as digital economies have boomed. Number 2, among advanced economies over the last 15 years or so, it has averaged less than half the pace of the previous 15 years, where we had less of a digital economy. Third, the new technologies have a tendency to produce take-it-all winners. There is nothing left for those who are in the fringe. Number 4, and finally, dominant firms have acquired more power. Market structures have become less competitive, and business dynamism has declined. While this is the caveat, then the discussion today, we have 4 experts who will sort of test this premise that I have shared and speak about their experience on how technology is providing them both a platform for growth and inclusion. Let me first invite Veena Reddy to share her few thoughts on how USAID as an organization is providing this platform for inclusive growth. That is what is the reason for aid organization, and I'm sure she has some good insights to share.
Thank you so much, Toby. Great introduction. And I think I've already been introduced, but I'm the director of USAID, working from the part of the US government in India. And I've been working in the development sector with USAID for 18 years now. In India, USAID has been here over 60 years, and technology and innovation has been at the heart of the partnership story between the US and India, whether it was helping to start the first IIT, or well, one of the first IITs in Kanpur, or fueling the Green Revolution. India and US and technology have all been hand in hand. So this is really, the discussion today is really a continuation of that emphasis, of that importance of innovation, technology, and digital tools are the next iteration. And I think that really we're here to talk about inclusion. USAID was formed with the noble goal of alleviating global poverty. And but in order to do that, we need to take an approach that honors and really elevates inclusion. And at USAID and throughout the government of the US, we are looking at both internally, how we can be more inclusive. We have a presidential order which looks at including diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility throughout our work, throughout our operations and our work. And at USAID, we take a kind of three-pronged look at this issue externally. First, we want to do no harm. We also want to leave no one behind. And we want, when we look at a population that we think are underserved, we want to do nothing for them or with, about them, without them. We want to include those populations in the decision-making process, in the implementation and the evaluation. And we also, I want to emphasize that this is, it's not just about creating a more just world. It is it's a better world. World Bank, others have estimated that we lose trillions of dollars in global GDP because of gender gaps, of lack of gender inclusion. So imagine if we were more inclusive, how much better we would all be, not just for gender, but looking at LGBTQ, looking at social stigmas. All of these things can create a more prosperous world for all of us. So literally, we could all be richer if we were more inclusive. And we see technology as a tool. It's not an end in itself, and it can be used. There are dangers such as increased domestic violence, for example, and other, security issues that can come out of too much reliance on technology, but it has an enormous potential to bridge this gap and to reduce inequality around the world, which we've seen only increase after the experiences of COVID-19. So at USAID, we look to incorporate digital tools and technology that can bring more inclusion into the prosperity of India throughout our portfolio and throughout the world, frankly. So in India, whether it's helping street vendors gain access to health services or helping women entrepreneurs get enhanced market accessibility through digital tools, we were constantly looking for ways to forward the agenda of inclusion and the principles of diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility throughout our work. Thank you.
Avina, may I ask you a quick question? A quick one. It's based on what you have said, that if digital growth has spurred innovation, and is also something that is impacting swing states like India, is there an example or a lesson we can learn from a country like the United States, where the digital divide has caused a lot of political changes there, brought in different political ideologies, which has upset governance to a large extent? Is there something that you might want to consider this as you build your narrative?
That's a good question. I would say, I think what we can learn is that we need to we have the responsible use of technology. And throughout that, I think we need to give people the tools they need to understand technology, as well as to evaluate the messages they're receiving. So, yeah, thank you.
Let me now pass it on to Geeta Gurnani, who is the Chief Technology Officer and lead for IBM. She is a champion of, among many other things, women's inclusiveness, which I think is a very important vector when we look at economic inclusiveness. And she has a few things to share, and I just will quickly ask her to take the lead.
Sure. Can you hear me? Yeah. Hi, good morning, everyone. And I think it's our privilege to share the thoughts around the inclusive development of India. And when Toby first reached out to me, I think I was just stunned by the thought that, yeah, this is how technology is really impacting the entire India development. And I'll share a few thoughts that what are we trying to do at IBM for creating that inclusive growth for India, right? So three things I think I will like to point out. The first one is clearly around skilling and talent, because we can actually reduce more and more digital divide if we start to skill more and more people. And we are also focusing not purely on skilling, because I think one can skill people, but employability is a big thing, right? So one can skill. So we are working with government around AIs to go in the school syllabus. We are working for STEM education of the girls. But there is an effort around taking the offices near to home. And in last 2.5 years, IBM has actually opened 7 locations, which are tier 2 cities. And very fresh one being now Kochi, Bhubaneswar, and Ahmedabad, where we are taking the employability more near to the home, right? So that's the first parameter or the first pillar we are trying to work as a company. The second one, and I think that's I'm really, really passionate about, and you see all these lot of logos and so much conversation around startups, right? And around the how our software services industry is fueling the India growth completely and also contributing to the global, right? So the second thing which we are trying to do for the inclusive development of India is that, see, we are a company who produces technology, right? We have a lot of products. So we leverage a lot of talent and create a lot of employability for our partner ecosystem to first contribute in developing the products, right? The products which then actually create opportunity for two sets of customers. One, the customers who are outside of the India, and we are fully committed to this mission of government that by 2025, the software services revenue should be $300 billion. So these global SIs who leverage our products and are deploying for the global customers, right? So that's where we are contributing from growth. The other is also the entire local partner ecosystem, which is serving to Indian customers, that they customize our products for Indian customer, they deploy them for the Indian customers. So that's the second pillar we are committed, which is creating opportunity for partner ecosystem. One for India, the other is from India for the world. Those are the two things I would call out, right? The third thing, I think it's a very important, because we all are now talking about India Digital 2.0, that how the financial inclusion needs to move forward further, how the urban and rural communication really needs to that bridge the gap, entire urban and rural communication part. So I will just highlight two of the top things, or maybe two of the top initiatives which we did and participated in India's a way forward towards the India Digital 2.0. One is, I think most of you are aware that how SBI completely transformed and launched the platform, which is to bring the digital SBI, right, to the masses. And that project was done by IBM. So we are leveraging our tech and our talent to really deploy those solutions for the customer. The second one, most of you would have heard our recent announcement with Airtel around 5G. And we all know that the kind of impact we will see in next 48 to maybe 12 months, starting 12 months up till 36 months, that how 5G is actually going to impact each and every industry, right? We call about that. So I think just summarizing my conversation, that for inclusive development, top key three themes. First is skilling and talent. Second is opportunity for ecosystem. And third is IBM's contribution to the tech ed and India Digital 2.0. Thanks, Toby.
Thank you, Geeta. I would now ask Sudhir. Sudhir, you have made a statement in one of your articles which says technology is a significant contributor to productivity and progress. The prudent alchemy, you have used the word alchemy, of technology, talent, and capital can drive sustainable, meaningful, and exceptional economic outcome. perhaps you would want to build on this and share your thoughts.
Thanks, Toby. Can you hear me? Hello? Yeah. As a venture capital fund, we're often asked, what do we really look for in terms of matrices? And in that context, one of the elements that excites us is the ability to use technology as a lever for what we're now calling inclusive development. But in inclusion, when we look at Bharat, as it is often referred to, we have to be commercially prudent as capital providers. We want to do things at scale, which is again a fairly difficult dimension to achieve in a short span when you are working with early stage companies. And you have to include as many technologies that are already available rather than do everything from scratch, which is leveraging the ecosystem that's already there. We are fortunate at this point of time that we have a lot of digital infrastructure that's come in with the help of the government of India and its investments. And we are aware of the India Stack, and there are many more. And yesterday I was in a session referring it to as digital public goods. It is leveraging the digital public goods that allows us to really think about inclusion. Let me give some examples. We went into the dairy business to look at technology for dairy. And dairy, by the way, is literally every farmer in our country pours whatever is excess milk beyond what they can consume at home into a pot, which then moves into the system and comes to us in sachets every morning. And this happens every village. We need it in urban India, and then we ship cash. So it's a very simple transaction. It's been on for 70 years. But let's pause and understand, what is the quality of that milk? What is the nutrition that that cow has got? What is the state of that farm? What is the state of the farmer? And we've, through this company called Stellabs, actually now are in over 40,000 points of presence with IoT devices connected on the cloud on a network. We can actually measure the quality of milk that each farmer pours twice a day. So much so that we now measure the quality and price the milk based on the quality of the milk for over 250 partners in the country. And we do over 10% of India's milk on a single platform. Now, this is almost like a parallel telecom network that's working. It has to work in villages which sometimes or often don't have power. So we have to think about the entire infrastructure that is to be added or supplemented. Inclusive development is inclusive tech stack. How do you make it commercially prudent then? Can the farmer really afford it? Do you really believe that the productivity, to your point, Toby, does it really change? And I'm glad to inform that in over 1,200 villages more recently, we actually now provide market linkages ourselves to the farmers in model villages that we're building. These farms are now increasing income almost 3x, 4x in less than 3 years. So while the mission of the government is to double farm income, we're actually witness to phenomenal productivity that's coming through, because we can actually now have wearables for the animals. We run facial algorithms so we can insure these animals. We can actually finance this cattle, and we have a marketplace. We embed financing. So you're bringing in a host of various technologies to a specific purpose in order to transform what is a daily consumption. If I look at Swamitva, which is a large government initiative in rural India to map villages and land holdings, a company that we backed called Idea Forge 5 years ago, India's leading drone company, won the order on a single vendor basis because the requirements of that tender were very specific. In order to be able to actually map land parcels with these drones would be sub 2 kilo class with a certain endurance that they needed. We now have deployed more than 200 drones along with the Survey of India. And I'm glad to tell you that we've mapped over 35% of the villages that were intended. Over 200,000 villages were asked for. The number of village parcels, which is land holdings that will be now available, and the records are being created inclusively for these people in the villages, now exceeds 17 million parcels out of 45 million parcels of land that have been actually now mapped. If I look at another company we invested in, which is in the telecom sector, which we did a lot of work in the US, but brought back that understanding of network optimization and building networks in India. We have the Universal Service Obligation Fund, which is part of the Department of Telecom. But now you've got to actually put Wi-Fi or networks, digital networks, statewide. And we're happy to say that we're in 3 states in India and deploying statewide networks. Digital infrastructure, digital usage, digital productivity is the way we're thinking about how does inclusive development then take across a parameter of industries. Come to health. We have recently made an investment in connecting these independent diagnostic centers. The country has over 20,000 independent diagnostic centers which host X-ray machines, CTs, MRIs. Many a hospital can't afford these machines, so they're neutral, but they're not connected. We've got a company that has established a network that is made available with high-quality radiologists and with AI augmentation for these radiologists to give accuracy, better accuracy in higher quality of time, and be able to reach that patient and prevent potentially mortality because we haven't diagnosed a problem in time. If I look at how do factory workers, warehouse workers, how do they get employee health and safety? We have another company that's been invested into, which has rolled out a digital health program to service these class of customers, as well as somebody sitting in the CXO suite in Manyata Park. But the ability to be inclusive would mean the quality parameters that we talk of are important to every member that is going to receive these services or products. That's how we would look at leveraging technology or kinds of technology. And these companies, the early stage companies, understand what it takes to transform. And in that transformational process, we have to be able to absorb multiple types of technology. While our fund does invest in core technologies for emerging applications, we're also looking at where a set of applications require a relook at the deployment of technology and a stack of technology. So that's our contribution.
Thank you, Sudhir. We were fortunate to hear Geeta with an insight from what a tech company will do. And we've heard from Sudhir what, if you have a deep insight into what is the investment that you're doing on the technology to create a social base. And now we have somebody I think is extremely important. It is Gopal, who works in the water space. He represents a company, one of the largest water companies in the world. So why is water so important? So you look at a city like Bangalore or a city like Cape Town, one of the biggest problems is that most cities in the world will face shortage of water. At a national level, we are talking about water wars. So if companies who are working in the city is not mindful about creating a larger ecosystem for water, it's basically we are trying to dig our own holes. So let me pass it on to Gopal for his insights on that.
Okay, thank you very much, Toby, and good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Okay, when it comes to water, I think whatever we speak, but still we lack focus and attention. I'll give you a few statistic data which makes the point very interesting and important. Less than 1% of the water available on the planet is useful for human consumption. If you take a country like India, where we have 16% of the world population, we only have 4% of the world useful water. On top of that, 80 to 90% of our fresh water is used for agriculture and irrigation purpose, compared to 30-40% in other places. We hardly treat water. Less than 30% of the sewage water is treated in any form. Even if they treat, the percentage of that water used for reuse purpose is very less because of the discharge quality. 40% of the urban water supply has leak issues, which all add into the challenges and water crisis we have. We can't create water. We can create water in a shorter form, through desalination and few other means, but by and large, we cannot create water only thing we can do is reuse and recycle water. The question is, are we doing enough? The question is, are we doing seriously at a level where we can able to preserve and conserve the water for the future generation? We are not. Fortunately, the technology has taken a lot of progress over the last 20 years. The latest membrane technologies have changed the game completely. The level of water treatment that is possible, the quantity and the quality of the water that you get through these treatments has significantly improved. How do we use those technologies in a more sustainable way to the everybody on the planet, right? That is what the discussion point is. I want to give one example here. One of the large fertilizer company based out of Mumbai needs about 22.5 million liters of water per day. It's a huge quantity. With the help of our technologies, with the help of our membrane technologies, they switched from using the fresh water from municipality. They actually source sewage water. We treat the water, more than 20 million liters of water per day. That means more than 90% of the water actually treated and used for their industry. By that quantity of water can be repurposed. And this is a huge quantity. It serves 300,000 families in terms of their household needs and their drinking water needs. What does it mean is, instead of depending on municipal water and fresh source of water, if industries can switch towards using more reuse water from sewage treatments or sewage water, it can change the game completely. Similarly, if you look at commercial and residential space, you see the malls, you see the tech parks, you see the various residential apartment complex. Everywhere there's a huge amount of opportunity. Today we buy water through tankers, and this water is coming through your bore wells and other drilling systems. That means we are depleting the water that is there in the ground. India is depleting the water resources faster than any other country, right? In order to prevent that additional water you're buying from these sources, if you can able to increase the reuse percentage, and that requires again a letter and spirit here, not just having a treatment plant, but is the treatment plant is serving the purpose? Is the quality, output quality is good enough? Are we using the right technologies? Are we having a dedicated plumbing line so that this water can be supplied to various applications? That is where the change is needed and the technology is willing to support. Similarly, the last other area of focus is, if you look at industries, during their industrial process, they supply a lot of effluents. And these effluents are not only problem because they get mixed with the natural resources or fresh water and other systems. They also pollute, they cause a lot of problem to the neighborhood. But if we have effluent treatment plants, which can enable these effluents can be treated and supplied back to their processed water, again, you save significantly. Now, not all the industries can support. There are a lot of small scale and medium scale industries cannot afford to have effluent treatment plants. If municipalities, if industrial parks, if the government and other bodies come forward and set up more common effluent treatment plants, common STPs, and supply treated water by collecting effluents, the game will completely change. The investment will be more attractive, and the benefits are going to be huge. As a water technology company, Veolia Water Technology, we are one of the leading industrial water treatment company. We are known to be specialists in tough to treat water. We believe that the technology solution available to treat any form of water. We have more than 500 installations in the country. We have 1,500 people, technology supporting various technologies. We have 3 factories and more than 40 service centers. The request from my side is, if we all work together and use this technology in an efficient way, we can able to change the game and preserve and conserve the water, not only for us, but for future generations. Thank you.
I think there is one message which Gopal has said in the end, which is the need for collective working, the need to work together to make sure that the objective of inclusive growth is achievable. We have about 8 minutes left, and I thought the best is to ask the audience give you an opportunity. We have a very esteemed panel here. Please ask questions, but be very brief and just be kind to tell us whom the question is addressed for. That will make it easier for us to plan the delivery from this side. So if somebody wants to ask a question, please raise your hand. You have a mic? Would you be kind to just state your name?
You hear me? Hello? Yes. Now? Yeah. So my name is Ajit, and we have a startup called Grupo. So we are into B2B manufacturing. So the question is like, so we are a startup, we are a bootstrapped company, and we also wanted to expand into US and European market as well. So being a startup, when you don't have money, so it's very hard to expand, right? So how does the panelists could help us in terms of expanding our company into, into cross-border transactions or cross-border connections, for example? Yeah.
Who are you asking, Gopal?
Like everyone. To Veena, like Reddy's.
What business did you say you're in?
We're into B2B manufacturing in the apparel industry, manufacturing sector. Okay. So to handle the manufacturing, you need like you need huge set of capital, right? Have capital, right? Like it's very good for us. So when we wanted to expand into another market, like let's say US, Europe, so how does the panel help us in terms of expanding that?
Yeah, I mean, fundraising is something that you have to start thinking about.
Yeah.
Assuming that the customer that you already have is not leaving enough profit for you. Otherwise, you typically can make internal accruals coming from what customers leave with you. And there are multiple funding options, one of which is venture capital.
Yeah.
And there are a large number of VCs. There is an endeavor at the moment by the Ministry of Commerce, and I hope you are already registered with DPIIT as a registered startup. You will soon see a method to actually access capital. It's underway, but the current modus operandi is that most startups like you will actually knock on multiple VCs. But it's expected that you'll have a tech platform, which is part of the Startup India movement, and hopefully you'll get much easier access for the kind of capital you require for the specific industry that you're targeting.
So do you think capital is the only option for us to expand into other markets, let's say US market and all?
No, to the extent you said that I don't have funds.
Yeah,
but there's a lot of other resources which are required.
exactly.
You need customer access, you need product, you need talent. So there's a bunch of other resources, one of which, of course, is capital.
Sure. Yeah, thank you so much.
It's an excellent question for most youngsters to ask this. How do I grow? How do I scale up? Well, good question. Anybody else? Yes.
There's a lady there.
Yeah, in the front, please. Mike?
Hello, everybody. My name is Raja Mishra. I'm a visually challenged person, and I have a startup that focuses on empowering people with disabilities through technology. Now, technology is pretty essential for people with disabilities to interact in the current world. And us hoping to understand, anyone from the panel can answer this, what are the steps? Because mostly when we think about inclusion, people with disabilities, at times there are a lot of lags and they feel left behind. So what are the future visions when it comes to people with disabilities, and how can we ensure that everything that is being made now on any product, technological product, software, hardware, it is made inclusive, and how people with disabilities and startups with disability, entrepreneurs who have disabilities are engaged in product development?
I think it's a brilliant question. Who would want to take that? Veena?
Sure, that's fantastic. That is the in DEIA, the A is accessibility, and that's very important to U.S. government, USAID, to find solutions. And you're right. And I think a lot of it will come down to policies and create, you know, in the United States, we've had many policies that have enabled greater accessibility, you know, all of our buildings, our homes, to have that available to us, and then and it allows more people to participate in the economy. And you raise a good point about startups. And one of our programs, in fact, has worked with some people who are affected by COVID-19, including the disabled, in starting new businesses. So would love to hear more about your ideas, maybe. And we have our team here that works on those. So would love to hear more of your thoughts. But I do think that there needs to be as some of our speakers have said, an ecosystem that enables this inclusion. So wonderful to hear your passion for this, and looking forward to more ideas. Thank you.
Hello. I'll add a little more to your question, I think. So one, I think a whole aspect of making everybody aware of the inclusive part and accessibility part, right? I think just to be like very honest, when I was creating and going deep into my own awareness, I realized that so many of us wear specs, right? So we also are in that category of disabled, right? Saying that the eyesight is a thing, right? That we are dependent on an additional thing. I think from a technology advancement point of view, I have seen AI making a significant progress, right? And significantly contributing the accessibility part of it, be it, I think, every product which we look at, a common use of, let's say, Microsoft Office or Word or PowerPoint or whatever. So I would say that I think all of us should collectively think that how AI could be pervasive in every product we build, so that it's accessibility ready and it uses all different aids available to really make products accessible to everybody.
So true. Thank you so much.
Next, now I'm glad we have many people raising hands. So good.
Hello.
There's a lady here. Yeah.
Hello.
Please. Okay. The
Hello.
next to the lady.
Respected everybody. I am from Bengaluru, Lokesh Uranes. This is regarding the water requirement in Bangalore. As I am in Bangalore, around 400 lakes were there in Bangalore earlier. Now these lakes, half of the lakes are filled with mud for some other purposes. So this is affecting to our businesses or for startups and all, and for the everyday people's usage also. So I request making the more STP plants to make the reuse of water, so it is helpful to the public and to go for the more startups as a technical things are going up. Thank you very much. This is for the sir actually.
Okay. No, you made a very good point, right? Bengaluru is known for greenery. Bengaluru is known for so many lakes. Some of them are shrinking at this point of time because we are, abusing them. We are taking a lot of water. The water is getting polluted, etc. So again, the reuse, recycle is going to help us. Not only that, I think there are several lake cleaning projects can be initiated. We have seen some initiative coming in western part of the country where certain lakes have been identified, where the technology, you can actually have a mobile cleaning treatment technology that can be stationed next to a lake, take the water and then circle back the water into the lake and then take out the waste, and that waste can be used also. It is completely 100% recyclable scenario. But those technologies are possible. I think we need more and more people. We cannot rely everything on government. We need to have more and more people come forward with their startups or with their social causes, etc. We can accelerate those efforts. But very valid point.
We have time just for one last question, and that will be
My name is Nazneen. I'm a biostatistician. I have a question for the water treatment area. Can we not use simple methods, organic methods for purifying water, like in villages, you can use alum. Alum is used to purify water, and salt in very minute quantities. When added, it will sediment uh, all the pollutants, and the water becomes usable. That gets filtered, and it's cost effective. Organic methods are far more cost effective than technical and modern methods. Thank you.
I think you made a very good point. I completely agree. Depends on the level of quality of the discharge water you need to apply the treatment. The suggestion that you're given is for a simple household requirement. I think those methods are going to be very useful. But as you scale up to the industries and sewage and many other complications, then you need more modern technology. So we have to use technology sensibly. We don't have to apply where it is not required. But very valid point.
You know, one last question. He's been raising his hands right from the start. So please go ahead. Quick. Somebody can give him the mic.
Yeah, good morning, everybody in the panel. So as the topic today is more about technology as a key driving force for India's inclusive development, don't you think this technology, end of the day, is driven by a human being like us? So now, when a technology itself is driven by a human being, and I believe there are many engineers like us who are able to resolve multiple problems which are happening right now in big industries like Bosch, Toyota, or anything for that matter. But what as problem solvers miss today is problem statements. And I think technology need to be driven in such a way that a platform should be created where all these problem statements of the companies should be put in one single platform, and a simple engineers like us can solve those problem statements with our problem solutions, and not really big companies need to go to IITs, IIMs, and to such great minds investing lakhs together to get problem solutions. If they can solve it for 10 lakhs, come, I'll solve it for 5 lakhs. It's a business for both of us. Can't we do it? This is my suggestion for the crowd. Thank you.
This is brilliant, and I think you are getting a huge applause for that. But with it, I don't think you need a response. You know the response. That was the clap that you got. And I'm sure you will be able to talk to each one of them privately now so that we are mindful of the time. And I just want to thank all the panelists because you got so much of questions because of the insights that you shared. Thank you so much. And thank you very much to the audience. Yeah, bye.
Before we leave the esteemed panel, I would request Ambika Sharma ji to kindly come back and give away mementos to all the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, your huge round of applause for this all-important session. Technology as a key driving force for India's inclusive development and tech aid. I'd request Veena Reddy. We'll start with her for the memento. Kindly move to the front if you don't mind. Yeah. Thank you very much. I would now request Mr. Toby Simon to kindly accept the memento. Thanks, Mr. Toby. And I would now request Geeta Karnani to kindly come forward and Geeta ji, yes. Thank you. Mr. Sudhir Rao. Thank you, Mr. Sudhir. And finally, Mr. Gopal. So after this memento, I would request all the speakers and Ambika ji to be in the front for a group pic. Yeah. Yes. Kindly come forward, all of you, and maybe have one final quick pick. So thank you very much once again, and do attend the sessions which is having parallel sessions of tracks of IT and biotechnology. And during the lunch hour, you can always visit the exhibition and get a look of the various stalls. So thank you very much. Have a great time.
ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಯೋ ಸ್ವಾಗತ. 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 ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಯೋ ಸ್ವಾಗತ.